haven't seen him up here. Yeah, I haven't seen him up here yet. Yeah, he's right there. Okay. He's there.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 16th, 2024 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Juan Contreras, Spiritual Growth and Development Pastor at Met Church of Fort Worth, and Commissioner Ramirez will lead us in the pledges. Please rise for the invocation and pledges of allegiance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with the highest honor that I find myself in your presence this morning. Let's pray. Lord, our Lord, how magnificent is your name throughout the earth. You have filled the heavens with your majesty. Today I'll speak of your splendor, your glorious majesty, and of your wondrous works. So I pray that the eyes of our heart may be enlightened so that we may know the hope of your calling, what is the glorious inheritance of the saints, what is the immeasurable greatness of your power towards us who believe, all according to the mighty working of your strength. So I pray that this morning, with all the plans and all the decisions, Father, that your hand will lead in your faithfulness, your greatness, that it would be led by love and compassion, it would be led by justice. And so I pray a blessing over everyone this morning, that you would bless them and keep them, make your face shine upon them and be gracious to them, lift up your countenance, turn your face, let your approval be upon them in every step that they take and every decision that they make, Father God, for the people of Tarrant County, for the good of the people of Tarrant County. May they experience your sweet peace, and for there is no other name under heaven given to men by which we must be saved. It is that name. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, was born of virgin birth, both fully God and fully man, walked this earth, was tempted, but did not sin, and died a brutal death, took our place on that cross, faithfully and obediently. And on that third day, O death, where is your sting? O death, where is your victory? And on the third day, he came back to life, defeating death and sin forevermore. Romans 10:9 says that if you confess with your mouth, believe in your heart the Lord Jesus, that God raised him from the dead, the Bible says that you will be saved. And one day soon, he is coming back. It is in that name, for there is no other name under heaven given to men by which we must be saved. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor
the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, agenda announcements.
Good morning, court members. Just a couple of quick announcements here. We have two items that we're going to hold until after closed session. Those items are A2 and G6. At the request of the purchasing agent, we're going to hold item G1 until a later court meeting. And finally, court members, item K1A is being pulled from consent due to audience participation.
Are A2 and G6 not consent?
I do not believe they are.
Okay. So A2 is closed discussion and G6 closed discussion.
That's correct.
Okay.
And in G1, again, we are removing from the agenda today at the request of the purchasing agent. And then K1A is being removed due to audience participation.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, court members.
Thanks, sir. Commissioners' Court announcements. Any announcements from any commissioners? All right, seeing none, we will move to recognition of Tarrant County departments for the 2023 United Way campaign.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to address the court this morning, and thank you, Mr. Merritt, for adding us to your agenda. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate everyone's time. So today we are getting together to recognize the outstanding contributions of our dedicated Tarrant County employees. I want to express a heartfelt gratitude to all of our Tarrant County employees who have pledged their support and who have joined in on our many fundraising activities this past year's campaign. This year, we collectively contributed over $49,068 to the United Way of Tarrant County, which is an amazing contribution. This generosity has fueled the United Way's mission to improve lives and create a lasting change here in our county, Tarrant County. I wanted to introduce some quick special guests who are joining in. This is a team effort. Leslie Atkinson, Kentisha Williams, and Marcia T are here representing the United Way of Tarrant County. And I also like to acknowledge our generous sponsor, which is the Tarrant County Credit Union. Melissa and the rest of the United Way team are here to help distribute gifts and thank you gifts to our department winners for the campaign and our precinct winners and our stellar individuals. So today we're honoring our exceptional Tarrant County employees in 3 categories of the campaign, and we're also introducing a new Stellar Individual Award, which recognizes outstanding individuals from each precinct. Our department winner categories are increase over last year, outstanding campaign, and per capita giving. Now I would love to introduce those department winners. When your department is called, if you can please proceed to the podium for a photo, and we'll hand you our award. For percentage increase over last year, our 3rd place winners were our Housing Assistance Office with a 20% increase from last year's campaign. So if you can There we go. No. Here you are. Alrighty. For our 2nd place under the increase over last year is our auditor's office. They had a 33% increase from the year 2022. So if we can give them a round of applause. And I'll bring that up. And to continue, our 1st place winners for our percentage increase of this year is the Human Services Office. They had a 193% increase from their campaign in the year of 2022. So big congratulations to them as well. Okay, So we are moving on to our Outstanding Fall campaign. Our third place winner is our Information Technology Department, contributing a total of $4,355. Thank you, IT. In second place, and joining us once again, is the Auditor's Office, contributing a total of $4,419. So they'll be joining us once more. Alrighty, and to announce our first place winners in our Outstanding Fall Campaign category is our County Clerk's Office, raising a total of $5,108. All right, moving on to our third category is our Per Capita Giving Award. This is their total department contribution divided by the number of employees. So in third place for this year is our purchasing department with an $88.99 per capita contribution. To continue, our second place winners is the County Administrator's Office with a per capita giving of $100.40. And our first place winners in the per capita category is our Housing Assistance Office with a $285.71 per capita. Continuing our awards, we wanted to acknowledge 4 stellar individuals who made some exceptional leadership contributions to our United Way campaign. These outstanding individuals were nominated by their peers, hence calling it the Stellar Individual Award. We have, after each individual is awarded, commissioners, feel free to join your employee if you would like and share a few words as well. So I will start by precinct area. For Precinct 1, they orchestrated an amazing pancake breakfast, a delightful event that brought our employees together over a scrumptious breakfast meal with some silent auctions featuring the Dallas Stars and the luxurious Hotel Drover. Our Precinct 1 area nominee is Stephanie Thompson. Thank you, Precinct 1, for your contributions towards the United Way campaign. For Precinct 2, they made a significant impact with their innovative initiative of Food Truck for a Cause by inviting local businesses to serve during lunch hours. So they not only satisfied appetite, but they bolstered their community support by inviting them to their areas. For our Precinct 2 area, we have Nari Oak.
Thank you, because I didn't know what to do. And I do have something to say about Nadi. She is new to Precinct 2, of course. My entire staff almost is new to Precinct 2, so we did not know exactly how this was supposed to go. And so she took the lead for us, and we are grateful. And she's taken the lead on several projects, our Halloween community Boo Bash, our kidney event. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Precinct 2. Moving to our Precinct 3, they organize their annual chili cook-off with popular silent auctions and delectable desserts. So thank you so much for continuing that success. For Precinct 3, we have Dee Long. Thank you, Precinct 3, for joining us. For Precinct 4, they hosted their annual Fish Fry campaign, their unwavering commitment to ensuring a successful fundraising event featuring giveaway items from Kate Spade, Yeti Coolers, apologies, and much more. So if you would join us, Emily Randolph, we would love to acknowledge you.
appreciate him. But before I run back, I will say that Emily, it was no surprise when we found out that she won this, being selected by her peers. She is an incredible resource in Tarrant County Precinct 4, not just for this event, but for everything that we do day in and day out. She is the glue that holds our team together out there. And we constantly ask them to do more with less, and I couldn't thank you enough. So thank you, Emily.
Thank you. We can continue the applaud for these stellar individuals, our amazing departments, and our precincts once again for the outstanding efforts in making our United Way campaign a truly memorable one as we bring this to a close. Once again, I'll express some gratitude to our invaluable partners, United Way of Tarrant County and the Tarrant County Credit Union. So thank you and congratulations to all our award recipients, volunteers, and supporters. But my biggest thank you is to Tarrant County employees. We thank you for another successful campaign.
All right, next we move to a proclamation. This is Child Abuse Prevention Month. We have several special guests with us today that after I read the proclamation, I'm going to ask you all to come up here so we can present this to you. Julie Evans with Alliance for Children, Leanne Marks with DFPS, Charles Boulware with the DA's office, Ashley Elgin from Lena Pope, Benny Medlin from Tarrant County, Wayne Carson from ACH. We also have other community partners, Kenny Mosley and Stacy Jourdain, and members of the CPS board. We think all these are here: Vanessa Copeland, Amy Swift, Jerry McCullough, Deborah Wakeland, Charles Brady, is it Melody Dottie Munoz? Did I get that right? And Ray Berry. So the proclamation reads as follows. Children are a precious gift from God, and every child deserves a nurturing family and safe environment to grow into a healthy, productive member of the community. Children are our most valuable resource and will shape the future of Texas and our nation. In Tarrant County, 5,332 children were confirmed as victims of child abuse or neglect in 2023. Effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between families, child welfare organizations, educators, healthcare professionals, community and faith-based organizations, businesses, and law enforcement agencies. All members of a community benefit from creating conditions that support strong and healthy families. We acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and work to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Tarrant County, and we urge all citizens of Tarrant County to create a positive, healthy environment to bring about a brighter future for our children and to be aware of the signs of child abuse and act to protect the children of Tarrant County. And I will make a motion that we adopt this proclamation.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Come on up, all those that I introduced. Don't be shy. Well, gather around.
Seeing you, Charles.
Faces in there.
How you been doing?
I can't. I see enough are happening, so I'm just going to borrow from one of them.
Sure. Yep. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Put it back.
Follow the rest. this morning. Thank you, Judge O'Hare. Thank you, commissioners. We are so grateful to be with you this morning. And hello, whoever's calling us too right now. I do just briefly want to thank you for not only recognizing the amazing work that's being done here in Tarrant County on behalf of children, but also recognizing our children. Man, we are blessed to walk hand in hand with the children and families that walk through all of our doors. And as you saw through the agencies represented here, we have a multidisciplinary approach to how we support families that are walking through crisis, that are often experiencing what feels like a nightmare for them. And it doesn't take just one, but it takes many to help put those pieces back together and really focus again on childhood. You have professional agencies in foster care, in mental health, in child protection, in criminal justice. You have volunteers who serve on the Child Welfare Board who commit their time to ensure that Tarrant County children are a focus. And what a critical view for what it takes to keep children safe. So know that we see you on our team. We value you. We appreciate it. And thank you for walking with us.
Thank you. Appreciate what y'all do. All right, next we come to a proclamation for Community Health Worker Week. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare. Community Health Worker Week. Whereas Texas was the first state to formally recognize community health workers as members of the public health workforce through the passing of House Bill 1864, and is one of the few states that offers a statewide community health worker certification. And whereas Community Health Worker Week, April 22nd through 28th, 2024, is observed by the Dallas-Fort Worth Community Health Worker Association and others in Tarrant County as a joint effort with the state of Texas, which has declared April 26th as Texas Community Health Worker Day. And whereas the DFW-CHW Association's mission is to strengthen the community health workforce through professional development, education, networking, and community outreach. And whereas community health workers are nationally recognized as essential frontline public health workers by government agencies and are an essential part of the Tarrant County public health workforce. And whereas the more than 4,000 Texas community health workers and community health worker instructors play a key role in improving the health of the community, advancing health equity, increasing access to care, and reducing health disparities through strategies such as community outreach and health education. And whereas Tarrant County Public Health has expanded training of community health workers through the development of its Community Health Worker Institute. And whereas the thousands of community health workers in Tarrant County work tirelessly to meet the health needs of the most vulnerable populations in our community, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby declare the week of April 22nd through the 28th, 2024, as Community Health Worker Week in Tarrant County, and further appreciate and commend every community health worker for their outstanding and dedicated service to provide a better quality of life to those in need. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed the 16th day of April 2024. Your Honor, I move approval of this proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this proclamation. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Present to receive this proclamation are Dr. Denise Hernandez, the DFW Community Health Worker Executive Director, and these individuals and organizations: Van Carlos Tennyson, the DFW CHW Association Board Member; Annabelle Luna Smith, UNT Health Science Center; Melissa Stern, Texas Health Resources; Dolores Reyes, Baylor Scott and White; Teresa Wagner, UNT Health Science Center; Amanda Blackburn, Texas Health Resources; Carla Alvarado, Baylor Scott and White; and Lisa Padilla, Cook Children's Health Plan. We seem to have a shortage of people. Please meet me at the podium.
There's a bunch of instead of the administrator.
All right, our next item, are we speaking? Yes, go. My apologies.
I promise I won't be too long, but if anything, you will all know a lot about community health workers today. So good morning. It's with immense gratitude and honor that I accept this proclamation on behalf of community health workers across DFW in honor of Community Health Worker Week. This recognition is a testament to the tireless dedication and unwavering commitment of all community health workers across our region. To receive this proclamation each year is a profound acknowledgement of the importance of the community health worker role in bridging the gap between healthcare services and the communities we serve. Community health workers are not just healthcare providers, they're advocates, educators, and allies for our communities. Every day, CHWs strive to break down barriers to healthcare access, address social determinants of health, and empower individuals and families to take control of their well-being. They do so with compassion, empathy, and a deep-rooted belief in the inherent dignity and worth of every individual. This proclamation serves as a reminder of the invaluable impact of our collective efforts. It highlights the significance of the relationships CHWs build, the lives they touch, and the communities they strengthen. It reaffirms our shared commitment to promoting health equity and justice for all. Together with the Texas Association of Promotores and Community Health Workers, the National Association of CHWs, the DFW-CHW Association celebrates the significant strides made at the local, state, and federal level to recognize the impact of community health workers and build sustainability of the profession. These monumental steps forward include House Bill 1575, signed into law by Governor Abbott on June 2nd, which enhances screening for non-medical drivers of health and allows for reimbursement for CHWs and doulas to improve health outcomes for Texas moms and babies. As we wrap up Black Maternal Health Week, we are reminded of the significance of this bill in addressing critical gaps in maternal health care. Additionally, the CHW Access Act, introduced by U.S. Senator Bob Casey in March of this year, if passed, this act will provide Medicare reimbursement and create an optional Medicaid benefit. And last but not least, in the recently released calendar year 2024 physician fee schedule, CMS is finalizing coding and payment changes to better account for the services provided by CHWs as key members of multidisciplinary healthcare teams. We also recognize the support of the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Health, Region 6, who works with local and state health departments and other partners to support sustainability of the CHW workforce beyond Medicare and Medicaid, as well as Tarrant County and their intentional hiring of CHWs. We also thank all those who joined us here today, and of course, the community health workers who are here today. We appreciate and acknowledge everyone's role in expanding the CHW profession. I extend my deepest gratitude to all who have supported and uplifted community health workers in our mission, and we hope that these efforts lead to greater income equity for the fiercest boots on the ground advocates in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is a congratulatory resolution to JPS for being the 2024 Gallup Exceptional Workplace Award winner. And for that presentation, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Your Honor. I announced to this court and to our various audiences, those present in this room and those present online, at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, that JPS had received this prestigious award, and I promised that a resolution was forthcoming. Well, here it is. JPS Health Network 2024 Gallup Exceptional Workplace Award winner. Whereas JPS Health Network has received the 2024 Gallup Exceptional Workplace Award for its commitment to innovatively engaging and developing its workforce, and is one of only 60 organizations worldwide to be honored with the designation. And whereas this award demonstrates the dedication and effort in building a thriving workforce culture, achieving performance excellence, and the commitment to incorporating employee engagement into the foundation of its workforce. And whereas JPS Health Network prioritizes employee engagement by organizing celebratory events and using rewards and recognition platforms to facilitate communication and collaboration among team members and their leaders. And whereas JPS Health Network is committed to excellence and continues to offer comprehensive services, including primary care, specialty care, behavioral health, and pharmacy at more than 25 community locations. And whereas, as the largest training institution in Fort Worth and one of the largest in the nation, JPS strives to foster a culture of excellence in education that positively impacts the quality of patient care. And whereas JPS Health Network is the longest serving Level 1 trauma center in Tarrant County. The organization is committed to transforming health care in our community. This achievement is a result of the dedication and engagement of JPS employees as it directly impacts the care they provide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate JPS Health Network upon receiving the 2024 Gallup Exceptional Workplace Award and recognize the countless contributions it has made in the lives of families in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 16th day of April 2024. And before I move approval of this resolution, I just want to opine that this resolution recognizes outstanding improvements in the operations, efficiency, management, morale, and patient care at JPS Health Network. And it's a tribute to the leadership of Dr. Duncan, our CEO, the Board of Managers, and this Commissioner's Court for supporting JPS in providing very excellent health care for the citizens of Tarrant County. I will now move approval of this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this congratulatory resolution. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Dr. Taryn Duncan, CEO of JPS Health Network, and her team.
The Honorable Commissioners Court of Tarrant County. I just want to pause to say, as a relatively new Senior Vice President, Chief Human Resources Officer at JPS, how proud I am of JPS Health Network and how honored I am to be able to serve. This team laid the foundation, and this court, the Board of Managers, and Dr. Duncan's tremendous leadership have really paved the way for a paradigm shift and employee engagement here in Tarrant County through JPS. I say often that at JPS, our employees are our superpower, and I think that this award is a testament to that. I'm just grateful and blessed to be able to work with Dr. Duncan and serve the county as we continue to provide best-in-class health care for our patients and really to be a reflection of the community we serve. Thank you so much for this honor. I appreciate you, and you all have a wonderful and blessed day.
Thank you. Our final proclamation today is for National Volunteer Week. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, first of all, I want to talk about in Precinct 4, historically, it's been the central hub for the county for support for the 4-H programs across this county. We have incredible folks that work day in and day out to support the children and learning about the agricultural life, and we have incredible teams all across the county that contribute there. But in Precinct 4, we're very proud to sponsor this proclamation because it means so much to our community. This proclamation is directly tied to the volunteers who work so hard day in and day out and give so much to ensure that the kiddos coming up in our systems have all of the resources they need to live fruitful and fulfilling lives. So it's my honor to present this proclamation. National Volunteer Week 2024. Whereas the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is proud to honor the volunteers of the Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Program for 109 years of providing research-based educational programs to the citizens of Tarrant County, extending the knowledge of the university to the people, and whereas volunteering is one of time and resources is a fundamental part of our country's tradition and is essential to its spirit, and whereas it is increasingly more evident that our nation's greatest resource is its people, and whereas volunteers have shown that they truly care and share generously of themselves, and whereas volunteerism is increasingly recognized as a central partner with government, education, and industry in doing the work of our nation, and whereas volunteerism directly reflects the democratic principles upon which this nation was founded, in that everyone, regardless of circumstance, position, or other factors, can volunteer. And whereas we are seeking even more contributions of human resources in volunteerism and better application of these valuable contributions. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim April 21st through the 27th, 2024 as National Volunteer Week in Tarrant County, and commend the volunteers of our own Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service program who have made a difference in the lives of so many of our residents. In witness thereof, we hereunto set our hand and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 16th day of April 2024, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, please cast your vote.
To accept this proclamation will be Alex Marquez from 4-H and Courtney Davis, who is the director of the Tarrant County Extension Program here. Courtney, if you would introduce your team and everybody else who's come with you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and thank you for honoring our volunteers with us today. We, with Extension here in Tarrant County, have a team of 24, reaching the 2.2 million residents in Tarrant County, and without our volunteers, we couldn't make that happen. We couldn't even make a dent in that. So we are very grateful for our volunteers. We're grateful for the time and dedication that they spend within our community, and we're grateful for you guys to helping us to acknowledge them. Real quick, I do want to do a quick introduction of my team members that are present in court today. If you guys can stand up so that I don't leave anybody off, that's my biggest fear. So I'm going to start on this side. We've got Amanda Salinas, one of our extension agents for 4-H with Prairie View Cooperative Extension Program. Brittany Meyer, who is our home horticulture agent, works with our Master Gardener volunteers. Melanie Early, who is our Eat Well, Feel Well program coordinator. We've got Lisa Saunders, who is one of our food stamp nutrition educators. We've got Megan Lauderdale, who is also one of our food stamp nutrition educators. Casey, Mary, Andrea, and Karen, part of our admin team who did all of our refreshments for our reception this morning. We're grateful for them. Sancy Hall, yes, thank you. Sancy Hall is another one of our food stamp nutrition educators with our Better Living for Texans state-funded program. Krista DeStefano is one of our family and community health agents. Our other family and community health agent is Elena Woolsey. We've got Jordan Peldiak, 4-H agent with Prairie View Cooperative Extension Program. Chelsea Lilly, our newest team member and also an agent with Prairie View Cooperative Extension Program. Chelsea's bringing a new program to Tarrant County. She'll be doing educational programs for community and economic development and housing. So lots of different things, new things coming. Her program leader, Jimmy Henry, is from Prairie View, is also here with us today in court this morning. Jacqueline Jones-Doyle, our ag agent, Ag and Natural Resources. Laura Miller, our commercial horticulture agent. And then Robin Hall, our agent for the Expanded Food Nutrition Program. I think that's everybody that's here. That's my biggest fear. Wonderful. They are great, but today
today we are here to honor our volunteers. So I have Alex Marquez, who's one of our 4-H volunteers. He's actually been offering courses to some of our 4-H members, certifying them in Microsoft, which has been a great opportunity for those kiddos. So he's going to make a short little presentation for you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Alex Marquez, and I'm a volunteer with the Tarrant County 4-H program. I'm one of many Extension volunteers who are present in the court today in honor of this proclamation, and we want to thank you for recognizing National Volunteer Week and the 969 registered Tarrant County Extension volunteers. Tarrant County Extension volunteers are made up of master gardeners, master naturalists, master wellness volunteers, 4-H adults and youth leaders, community members, and major program partners. If you are an Extension volunteer, community member, or program partner, would you please stand and be recognized? During 2023, Tarrant County Extension volunteers reported a total of 56,980 hours of service within our community. Of course, we're only able to report to you those hours that were reported to us, and we all know that this number is more than likely underreported. Today, we'd like to present the court with a check of an amount of $1,811,964, the total contribution of the reported volunteer hours according to the independent sector's value of volunteer time in 2023. We thank you for your recognition of the valuable work performed by the Tarrant County Extension volunteers. We thank you for your continued support to our programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We knew it happened, right?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, as they leave, for both of you in the audience who have not come up here to take a picture, we will invite you to... Next, we will move to our consent agenda. There's one item removed. So do we have a motion to approve our consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item A something. A1, approval of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have any discussion or motion there?
Move approval.
I'll second, but I do have a comment.
All right, we have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request and a second. Discussion.
My comment, and it's a request really for maybe a future briefing. I saw that TCSO is traveling to Notre Dame. They're on the forefront of a research project to study how to reduce recidivism. And I know TCSO, our sheriff's office, they've been very involved in programs, forward-thinking programs, like the welder program in partnership with TCC. And I would like an update on all of those programs. I support what they're doing here, and I really want to get our arms around everything they're doing because I think they're doing a great job. So
got it.
That was my second. That's my comment. I'd just like a briefing on that in the future.
Yes, sir. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. A2 is a closed discussion before taking action, if any, after the closed. Moves us to C1, budget and risk management discussion, possible action related to fiscal year 24 appropriation adjustments.
Seeking approval of the transfer from undesignated to Precinct 3's county projects.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2024 appropriation adjustments as listed. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have Human Resources, discussion of out-of-class pay extension, Precinct 2.
Yes, good morning. Commissioner Simmons is requesting an extension of out-of-class pay, the details of which are explained in your court communique. If approved, this extension would run through July 19th or earlier if the position is filled before then. HR is currently working with Commissioner Simmons and her staff to fill her recent vacancy. If approved, this will cost the Road and Bridge Fund, this extension, will cost approximately $3,100.
All right, I have a question on this. I do not remember us ever approving out-of-class pay for this. Do I not? Am I forgetting something?
For this position?
Yes.
No, this would be the first request. So, Judge, just
how has it been being paid?
Yes, just a point of clarification. The county's out-of-class pay policy allows appointing authorities a 90-day window to compensate individuals who have stepped up and assumed responsibilities in the absence of a coworker. So per policy, there's a 90-day window that's granted to appointing authorities. Once the 90-day threshold is met, then we come to court and request an extension.
Does that 90 days apply, this policy you're discussing, if there's somebody being paid for the position that doesn't come to work?
The out-of-class pay policy compensates individuals who have stepped up and have assumed responsibilities that belong to someone else. Typically, those situations are when we have employees who are on FML, so they're on payroll, but they're off because of a medical condition. Sometimes the situation is that the position has been vacated, an individual has left county service, has retired, etc.
Well, what is this particular situation?
It was a combination of both. It began as a leave, and the position has now been vacated.
So when they left, were they being paid? So were we paying two people to do the same position?
So when individuals are off work and not working, typically they are taking whatever leave time they have available. That's typically the case with, for example, family medical leave, just generally. So an employee then who's off is taking time that they've saved, vacation time, sick personal time, if they have that time in their bank.
Did this person have that time?
Yes, sir, for a period of time.
Not the whole period of time?
Not the entire period of time.
So I'll go back to, were we paying two people to do the same job at the same time?
In the way, yes, in that we were paying leave for a period of time, as well as compensating the individual who had assumed the additional responsibilities. And that's common. That's not uncommon.
And were we paying someone who had exhausted all leave, had exhausted all vacation, but was not showing up to work?
I'm not sure how much detail we want to get into. I do know, Judge, that this item is agendized for close, if you all want to have more discussion.
Well, if we're not going to get an answer and open to that question due to personnel, then yes, I would.
I can provide an answer if legal says that I can.
Judge, what I would recommend is if you'd like to hold this item until after close, you are agendized to discuss personnel items
Well,
related.
I mean, I had some concerns that didn't regard personnel, I guess, issues or dysfunction or whatever's happening out there. My issue really is there's 9 direct report positions in Precinct 2. There are 7 in Precinct 1, 7 in Precinct 3, and 5 in our office in Precinct 4. So 9 positions, and we're paying somebody acting pay for a job I'm not sure why, but we're asking to extend that even further when there's already not. So my question is efficiency. There's no one else that can function in those roles when there's 9, 75% more than any other commissioner. I don't understand. So, I mean, if you could make that make sense.
I can explain it, but here or closed, which one?
Commissioner, if it goes into issues of the employment evaluation, reassignment, or duties of an employee, it would be best to carry this
Let's
item.
do it in close. I can answer your question.
Are you comfortable with moving this to closed to discuss?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, before any action is taken, it has to come back out here.
Yeah.
So, okay. Next up is purchasing. We've removed G1 from the agenda. We now go to G2, purchase of full-size pickup trucks for the sheriff's office.
Move for approval.
I'll second that. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 3, purchase of shoulder machine precincts 1 and 2.
Move approval.
I'll second that. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 4, rescinding an order and awarding Miller Avenue Complex security fence to a different vendor.
Yes, we're awarding to the secondary vendor, Cowboys Roofing. We're also asking for contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bond.
All right, I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 4? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 5.
We're asking for rejection of all bids for the J.D. Johnson Northwest Sub-Courthouse Multipurpose Community Room build-out and permission to rebid with revised specifications.
Move for approval. And I would note that this is one of those scenarios where a scope was given and then it got expanded. And so the bids that came back were twice what we expected the scope would be. And so I'm glad we're correcting it, but we have to understand on some of these projects when we specifically request a meeting space for town halls, et cetera, that's what we bid out, not something else. So.
All right, we have a motion to reject the bids here and rebid with revised specifications. I'll second. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up is item 6. Is this is a hold or
It's hold until after close.
Gotcha.
And
which now takes us to number 7, permission to take bids and RFPs.
Yes, for items A through I.
All right.
I have a question about, that's G7, is it F?
The full-size prisoner transport wheelchairs.
Yes.
Accessible van.
Yeah, I just want to say that every single day that goes by where we have not conducted an exhaustive study of electrification opportunities in our fleet is a lost opportunity. It's a lost opportunity to honor our Clean Fleet Pledge, which we are supposed to have been following for the last 10 years. And in many cases, it's a lost opportunity to save money on maintenance, vehicle life cycle costs, which EVs sometimes provide. The estimated value for this item listed at $110,000. What that tells me is that we are about to spend $110,000 to lock in an internal combustion vehicle for a decade. I know for a fact that Travis County Sheriff's Office has an EV transit van on order to be delivered this year for probably the same purpose that this one will serve. So that's what a forward-looking county on this issue is doing. So I think this court, we need to consider that. I do understand that we are putting together an EV working group, and that group will soon meet. So we just need to get moving on that. That's it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on this permission to take bids and RFPs. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
Judge, I don't believe you have a motion or a second at this time.
We don't? Well, we should.
Move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Now we do. Any discussion after that? Thank you for the correction. All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Let's see, that brings us to my item, K1A, which we have several people signed up to speak. Let's see, well, I can tell you what it is, or no, let's just have the speakers go first. First up is Laura Lehman.
Good morning. My name is Laura Lehman. So I'm here to speak on item K1, professional services contract between Tarrant County and Noah Betts for the purpose of support services for the county judge. Funds, Tarrant taxpayer funds in the amount of $5,000. As cited in the court's attached document to this agenda, will provide support services for the county judge, including special projects, special events, research, policy, communications, and other items as determined by the county judge. While I'm uncertain as to the specifics of what the special project, events, research, policy, and communications are, I wondered why this particular individual was chosen. To be honest, I find it rather interesting given that Mr. Betts is a 21-year-old political consultant who, according to his LinkedIn profile, illustrates his robust, politically driven resume, including having served on Attorney General Ken Paxton's re-election team and oversaw marketing and communications for State Senator Don Huffines, and has twice been awarded as an up-and-coming young professional in Texas politics, whereby he states on the website crunder30.com, I work with many conservative candidates and organizations across Texas and a couple of national organizations advocating for our values in D.C. Specifically, I do communications and digital marketing. Okay, so I suppose Judge O'Hare has some new creative social media plans to raise the public's awareness as to what happens regularly within the Commissioner's Court, or perhaps only focusing on Judge O'Hare's significant role on the court while being completely transparent to the public about how everything that goes through this court directly impacts each county resident. Is this the purpose of providing support services in the realm of transparency rather than serving a political agenda? Then I hope every commissioner uses public funds to hire their own professional support services individual as well, because the more knowledgeable our county residents are, the more they will understand exactly what items they truly support or do not. In the end, I do not think Mr. Betts is being contracted for the creation of a transparent social media campaign, and I highly question the purpose of hiring an up-and-coming political consultant while using public funds. It just seems unethical. Thank you.
Next, we have Doreen Geiger. Following Ms. Geiger, we have Reed Bills.
When I saw the agenda and it said approval of professional services contract with Noah Betts, I looked him up on his website, his Facebook, and on LinkedIn. His company, Bluestone Creatives, says in its website It is a full-service political marketing, communication, and design firm. I then realized this court needs to take a remedial civics 101 class. Commissioners Court is an administrative court. It deals with the jail, maintaining county roads, purchasing equipment, and a lot of clerical tasks. This is a government entity. It is terribly wrong for this court to spend any tax money to pay for any political consulting or political services of any kind. I am asking you to vote no on this political contract and on any future attempts to spend tax money for political purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Reed Bills. Following Reed, we have Harriet Harrell.
My name is Reed Bills, and I'm a Tarrant County taxpayer. Judge O'Hare is asking this court to approve a professional services contract between Tarrant County and Noah Betts for the purpose of support services, including special projects, special events, research, policy, communications, and other items as determined by the county judge. Simple research has established that Mr. Betts is a political consultant doing business as Bluestone Creatives, LLC. As Ms. Geiger said, this is a full-service political marketing, communications, and design firm that empowers candidates to secure election victories. Use of taxpayer funds for this purpose is a violation of Texas Government Code Section 556, which states that state actors may not use any money under their control, including taxpayer funds, to finance or otherwise support the candidacy of a person running for office. This prohibition extends to the direct or indirect employment of a person to perform these services. The state legislature recognizes that this use of public funds is an unacceptable and corrupt act by an elected official. The taxpayers of Tarrant County recognize it too.
All right, next, following Ms. Harrell, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Good morning. I want to speak to the idea as well of spending taxpayer money for the county judge to have a personal political consultant on contract. The contract proposed makes it clear that this consultant will be under the direction of the county judge and that the contractor will carry out specified duties and other items as determined by the county judge. So clearly this contractor is for your benefit, Judge O'Hare. As all of you have just been hearing, Noah Betts, the proposed consultant, is the principal of Bluestone Creatives, which identifies itself as a political marketing firm that secures victories for candidates. They do other things, but Betts's experience is listed specifically as working for candidates at all levels, including Ken Paxton's re-election team. Whether or not the intention of this contract is for your personal political purposes, Judge O'Hare, it's just difficult to see it any other way. So for your own sake, I'm asking you to withdraw this request. It puts you in a very negative position. The perception, as you're already hearing, paints you in a cynical and partisan light as more concerned about your own political future than about working for the citizens of Tarrant County. You can avoid that perception by withdrawing this item. If not, then I ask each of the other commissioners to protect your credibility and that of this court by voting against this proposal. It is, after all, illegal. Government Code Section 8314 says it is unlawful for any elected state or local officer to use or permit others to use public resources for a campaign activity or personal or other purposes not authorized by law. At the very least, defer this for a legal briefing before you vote. Do not use our money for a personal political campaign. Thank you.
All right, following Ms. Cox, we have Merle Glasscock.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and pass these out. We have already heard the exact language of the contract that you propose. The scope of services says, have another. Under the direction of the county judge, contractor, that's Noah Betts, the political consultant, will provide support services, including special projects, special events, research, policy, communications, and other items as determined by the county judge. This provides $1,000 a month for 5 months and a total of $5,000. You have set yourself up a piggy bank for political expenditures. Oh, that is just kind of not okay, you know? I mean, it's not your money to direct to be spent on political events. You set yourself up as a lobbyist. Perchance you should declare all your contributions as political contributions and file them with the Ethics Commission. And the auditor's office has nothing to audit because we don't know whether he does this or doesn't. If Mr. Betts submits a monthly invoice for $1,000 a month for services rendered, that does it. You know, there are no specific deliverables in this. Every other contract that you have on your list for today has a product, a deliverable product that could be identified. One knows what one's buying. With this, what we're giving you is a blank check to spend $5,000 a month, a total of $5,000, $1,000 a month, with a political consultant. We find that not acceptable. You have previously professed to be a fiscal conservative. If you are truly a fiscal conservative, you should back off from this request and let it lie, because it is not something that could be audited or a disservice that could be determined as delivered or not delivered, unless, of course, you decide to have Mr. Betts file a disclosure that he did a party for your favorite TAD candidate or whatever else you want to do. But you shouldn't have final call on political money spent. Thank you.
Following Ms. Glasscock, we have Stella Fair.
Good morning. I am Merle Glasscock. I am a member of Broadway Baptist Church. My comments are my own, and thank you for listening to the public. Why should the citizens of Tarrant County, the taxpayers, foot the bill for the county judge to receive services from a political consultant? This is unethical. Thank you.
Ms. Fair.
I'm here. I did not request to speak before the group.
Okay.
I submitted a written statement.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, we've heard a lot of interesting accusations. Now let me address what we're actually trying to do with this. Our office is losing a staff member on May the 3rd. We are sorry to see her go, but she is going home to be a full-time stay-at-home mom and leaving on good terms. We have interviewed several candidates. We don't think we're going to have someone in place on May the 3rd. I know this young man just from his family. He's very good at communications. He's very well organized. Yes, he is a Republican. That shouldn't come as a real shock. Part of what our current employee does is attempt to engage in economic development activities, respond to constituent concerns, and attempt to use our social media channels to talk about good things going on in the community and so forth. At $1,000 a month, this is significantly lower than what we currently pay that employee. I don't know that we will use it for the entire 5 months. We put it in there so we didn't have to come back each month, but I don't see the need for the person once we find the new person that we're going to hire for this spot. Previous judge, my predecessor, budgeted $25,000 for professional services in 22 and 23. My office used, when we got here in 23, a very significant chunk of that money for communications help and different things, projects that we worked on. We have an additional $25,000 approved in this 24 budget that, if I'm not mistaken, we haven't used a dime of it so far. So if we use the entire contract, as I don't anticipate we will, but maybe we could. But if we use the entire contract, it would be $5,000 saving $20,000 out of that budget. So I am well aware of his political leanings and his political work, but he also does communications work for people that is not political in nature. And having met this young man multiple times, had an extensive interview with him, I can assure the public and the members of this court, we have no intent whatsoever to use this for political purposes. So somebody can make an argument that if we put out anything on our Twitter feed that today there's an event in the stockyard, somebody can make it political, but we're well aware of what the law says and have no intention of violating the law in any way, shape, or form. Someone should not be excluded from being able to do communications work for my office or any other office because they have political leanings. So we shouldn't start the process of discriminating against people because of their political beliefs, and the fact that he happens to be a conservative Republican has no bearing on whether or not he should get a contract. Is he going to do things illegal for me? Well, of course not. I would never have him do anything illegal for me. I would never put myself and my freedom at jeopardy. I have a wife and children, and some of this stuff is just simply nonsense and repeated talking points over and over. So with that, if the court doesn't want to approve it, okay. That's starting a very dangerous trend. So questions or comments?
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion?
I've got a comment, and that is that under our personnel system, we have a process for providing services when people leave office. We were just talking about Commissioner Simmons's deal. It strikes me that this is much the same thing. To bring someone on board who is not responsible to the people of Tarrant County, but is solely responsible to one office holder, is unusual in the extreme. One of the things that resonated most with me from the public comments, and I have read this contract, is that there are no deliverables stated in the contract. There is no way to audit his performance under the contract because there's no statement of what he's supposed to do. The whole thing just smells. Don't like it, won't vote for it. There you go.
Yeah, there are rules for political work with Tarrant County employees. Like, Tarrant County employees can't do political work. There are no similar rules for contractors, therefore it's not appropriate to replace a full-time person with a contractor. And this similar item was on the agenda last week for Commissioner Ramirez, going out to seek contracts. So clearly, just like in my precinct, you need the help. I adopted an organizational chart when I was elected. I'm simply going by that org chart. I'm not adding contractors and the like. So I didn't support it last week. I won't support it this week. If that's what we're doing, then all 5 court members, we just need to budget for it and say we're going to do, each of us is going to hire a Democratic or Republican consultant to work on our official offices, which is wholly inappropriate.
I think there's some very clear distinctions. In the first one, the reason why I support this is because it's being efficient with resources. Instead of hiring a new employee or paying out of class pay, what I see, and I don't know exactly what the needs of the county judge's office are, but I will defer to the judgment of the county judge, knowing that he's in that office every single day, and recognizing that he may need this help that he's asking for, that he's asked a contract to go through the DA's office to vet to make sure that everything was good. I trust that that's what he needs, and he's accomplishing it without hiring additional personnel. As we can see, some offices operate more efficient than others, and I think this is an effort to continue that, in my opinion. So I don't think that there's any clear distinction between out-of-class pay or hiring this employee on a contract basis, except for trying to do more with less.
So this was passed in the budget. We had a similar contract last year, which I believe was approved unanimously. But I'm glad you brought up that there's rules for employees about what they can or cannot share. So do you think your Twitter account is free of politics? Do you think your tweets are political?
Which Twitter? I have
Tarrant
5
County
Twitter
Commissioner
accounts.
Lisa Simmons, Commissioner A.L. Simmons, is that free of politics?
Didn't say anything about my social media.
Well, I'm asking, because you're the one bringing it up. Is it free of politics?
No, just like yours.
It's very political. You would agree with that?
No, it's not very political.
Do you think it's political in nature in any of your tweets?
Occasionally.
Okay.
All
So
right, what about yours?
Your bio.
Since we're
I run my Twitter, but I'm the one talking now, so you'll sit there and be quiet and listen while I talk, and then you can talk later.
Tell me when
you will
not to talk.
So
I run my
here is
Twitter
your
too.
Twitter feed. This account is run by the commissioner's staff. That's your bio.
And I tweet.
And so there are multiple political things in your Twitter. My staff doesn't tweet political stuff. They're not going to.
Okay.
Political stuff comes from me. But you said there's rules
you
against
say.
it, and I would agree with you. When you say this account is
say.
run by the commissioner's staff, that's your words. That's not my words.
Matter of fact, your socials are not legal because you flipped from a campaign account to your official account, which is not legal.
Go ahead and cite that law. So,
I
all right.
certainly will.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. All right, next up on the agenda is appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have any appointments?
I have a couple.
All right.
The first, we have that committee to liaison between the judges to determine what's the future of the CCA, and we hadn't set who from this court was going to sit on there. I would move that we put Commissioner Roy Brooks and Judge Tim O'Hare on that committee.
We agreed and closed who was going to be on that committee.
We most certainly did not.
Yes, we did. And he
no, we
said
did not.
he didn't want to, and you said you didn't want to, and he was absent.
We did not agree to who would be on that committee.
We absolutely did.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, and I
That's your
disagree with
opinion.
it. Yeah.
Well, I've made a motion.
So he's made a motion. I'll second it. Any discussion?
I abstain.
If elected, I will refuse to serve.
Okay. So, do you wish to amend your motion?
No.
Okay. So we have a motion to appoint, well, if you're going to abstain, it's going to be 2-2. So we have a motion to appoint Commissioner Brooks and me on this committee regarding the judiciary. That's the motion, correct?
Yep.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
He declined, first of all.
Okay, so we have an abstention, so the motion fails to carry by a vote of...
Put your thing back.
Are you voting for the motion?
No, I thought we were done.
Okay.
You said it failed.
So
to
it
carry.
fails 2-2 with one abstention. All right, any other motions?
I do have one more appointment. Mr. Zim Zimmerman with the Texas JPS Board of Managers. His position, he's going to step down, and I'm going to appoint Mr. Dustin Austin to that position. So at some time in the future, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be seeing a proclamation to thank Zim for everything that he's done for JPS. And I know that we're going to keep him involved and keep our hooks in him as long as we can. He's driving back from Kansas City right now. But we would like to thank him so much for his service, and I know it'll continue. But I'll be appointing Mr. Dustin Austin to that position.
And that
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Dustin Austin to the JPS Board. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that one passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, we do have a couple of briefings. One is the Tarrant County Hospital District. Dr. Duncan, is that you?
Thank you. I think it's still morning, Your Honor and members of the court. I do want to give just an update on what's going on at JPS. And again, thank you for that resolution, Commissioner Brooks.
Excuse me,
And thank you
Dr.
for those
Duncan.
kind words
Would you-
around Zim.
Good.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's see if I can get this right. So again, I want to thank all of you. We could not have won this award without the support of our board, of our court, and most importantly, of our employees. And to give some perspective about this, there are close to 2,000 employees that call from Precinct 1 that call JPS their workplace. There are a little over 1,300 employees from Precinct 2 that call JPS their workplace. There are close to 1,000 employees from Precinct 3 that call JPS their workplace. And Commissioner Ramirez, there's close to 1,800 employees from Precinct 4 that call JPS their workplace. So thank you for all that you do. I do have some invites. We have celebration on the 24th. Judge O'Hare, I think you're going to sing for us, are you?
You should hope not.
And I'm going to give these to Chandler to pass out. So thank you.
We continue to partner in each of your precincts. In Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks' Healthy Lives Matters prostate screening event. JPS provided some services, which include some health information, but also provided the labs. In Precinct 2, Commissioner Simmons, the Kidney Wellness and Health Expo. JPS provided some connection, eligibility information, some information on behavioral health, and also on chronic kidney disease. In Precinct 3, Commissioner Fickus, Empowering Seniors. JPS provided some information on behavioral health, on stroke, dementia, and then had 2 senior living and dementia presentations. In Precinct 4, Commissioner Ramirez, salute to our Veterans Fair. JPS provided information on behavioral health, some chronic disease information, and then also on just employment for his area. And Judge O'Hare, we have partnered with you on the Senior Synergy on some medical information, and a fall room demonstration was set up to prevent falls. So thank you again for allowing us to partner in each of your precincts. JPS also celebrate, and I know you're all saying, you guys all seem to be celebrating all the time. It's probably why we won the award, right? No, I'm just kidding. But we had the opportunity to celebrate employees who had reached a milestone of service, whether that was 15, 20, 25, 35, 40, or even 45 years. We have an employee who's been with JPS for 45 years. Just a fun fact, JPS has over 900 team members who have been serving at JPS for over 15 years. And so, again, retention and connection to the mission and purpose of the work that we do. I also want to recognize a number of nurses from JPS. Every year, 100 nurses from the Dallas-Fort Worth area are recognized for their leadership and their commitment to the practice of nursing. JPS, of those 100 across Dallas-Fort Worth, JPS had 10, the largest number coming from healthcare organization. So I want to shout out to those nurses that come in every day doing the work to take care of those who need help here in the county. And then I'm not going to go through all of these names, but every year top docs are honored and mentioned in the JPS Fort Worth magazine. And you can see there's a number here that are across all disciplines at JPS. And it still goes on. So over 70 docs were named. And so, again, I want to thank the teams. Okay. I'd like to invite Bob Jamieson, who's President and CEO of Visit Fort Worth, to come up and join me here. In response to requests from the local music community for healthcare options, JPS has partnered with the Here Fort Worth Music Association to promote its medical resources. The program was unveiled at a special event on April 2nd, which included the JPS enrollment and eligibility team. And the promotion program is called Sound Care, which connects musicians here in Fort Worth with services that we provide to all eligible Tarrant County residents, and also that of the JPS Connection program. So, Bob, I'm going to ask you to say a few words. You've been instrumental in this partnership, and I want to thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan, and good morning to all of you on the Commissioner's Court. Thank you for the opportunity to speak a little bit. You know, Visit Fort Worth is focused on making sure that all of the different elements of a community are promoted in a way that help tell the story, and that may first come to mind the convening facilities like convention centers and such, hotels, restaurants, attractions, and the various events. But, you know, the music industry and the music capabilities in this community are, you know, are also part of that energy. am part of the vibe, if you will, that helps create interest in a community. And we have been working through our Fort Worth Music Office, also known as here Fort Worth, for several years, trying to bring support and facilitate the growth of that activity and nurture those folks, whether they're operating venues or sound stages, recording studios, or performers, so that they can be successful and help contribute to the vitality of our community. One of the things that we learned over those years was for those folks that are beginning their careers as performers or somewhere further along in that we're struggling to get health care and health insurance coverage at some level. They're all small business operators. They're running a business and their employee is them. And it was through the opportunity to visit with Dr. Duncan and her team that we were able to find some creative opportunities to help address those problems. And we appreciate the support that we've gotten from everybody at JPS. We're not surprised to hear them recognized, as you all have done earlier, because we've had the same experience with them in working together to help address the needs of these people that are help making Fort Worth and Tarrant County that much more of an interesting, engaging, entertaining place than it is. So, thank you.
And then to just finish here, we could not do an update without speaking about our master facility plan. A lot of construction is going on in Precinct 1 and also on campus. Just to remind you, we used to call this kind of the existing campus. Now we call it the original campus because there's so much work that's going on. But we can see the blue here is now where construction will either be started or is going on. We have completed our parking, relocating all our parking. That's the biggest part of any construction project, is figure out where people are going to park and to be able to clear room to start building new facilities. We're well on our way with the psychiatric emergency center, and we are starting to move dirt in our medical outpatient building on campus. Again, this is where we hope to finish up with our new towers going up. I did just want to give you some updates. We're pretty much on time. We finished our parking, as you see here. At the end of this year, we expect to open our medical home Southwest, and then summer of next year will be our psychiatric emergency center. You could see in 2027, we have quite a few structures that will start to onboard. And in 2029, we hope to have our campus and our master facility plan completed. Just to remind you that we do give an update to our board and now to the Master Facility Plan Steering Committee, but we give them an update each month as to where we're at with each of our projects. And then these are just some renderings, and then also the actual construction that's going on. You can see here the medical home is really coming up. If you have had opportunity to pass by there, it's pretty impressive. And then our psych emergency center continues to move along too. So with that, if there's no further questions, I'd like to again thank you for all of your support.
Thank you for the briefing.
Thank you.
Anything else for Dr. Duncan? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, we have a briefing on roles and responsibilities of Commissioners Court, the Election Board, the Election Commission, the Election Administrator with regard to election management. Who's doing that one?
Judge O'Hara, members of the court, good morning. Mark Radeville with the DA's office. I've been asked to come and speak with the court out in open session today to help untangle some of the responsibilities of these different entities in regards to how elections are run in the county. So at the outset, let me surprise the court at the fact that I have to keep this in open session as a sort of high-level academic talk. I'll be telling you what the law says and trying to stick as closely as possible to that. To the extent that the court may have questions about specific application of that law, that would likely be something best suited for discussion in closed session under advice of counsel. So excuse me if I have to defer on anything that's potentially going into that. It's not a matter of disrespect or anything of that nature. I just have to keep that information privileged unless the court chooses to waive that privilege. With that being said, there are 4 bodies at play in the county in terms of running elections. We, of course, have our elections administrator. We have yourselves, the Commissioners Court. We have the election board and the election commission. Let me start with the election board. That entity is chaired by the elections administrator. The county judge, the sheriff, and the 2 party chairs for the Democrats and the Republicans also sit on that board. And they have 4 primary responsibilities. That's approving the procurement of election supplies necessary to conduct an election, appointing members of the early voting ballot board, appointing the presiding judge and members of the early voting ballot board, and the members of the early voting signature verification committee. And something to keep in mind with the election board is that this exists in every county, regardless of whether the elections administrator position has been created or not. Part of the idea behind what the election board is supposed to do is if you have a county that has uniparty rule in terms of the membership of its county clerk, which would otherwise run an election if the elections administrator had not been created, then that party out of power would have a voice on the election board by virtue of the fact that they have a seat there. And that membership changes depending on what sort of election is being run. So with the general election, it's at its full power with 5 members there. In other types of elections, you may only have 3 where the party chairs are not sitting on the election board. So it changes, and it's election specific is the important thing to keep in mind. Now contrast that with the election commission, which has really just a singular responsibility, and that is the hiring and firing of the elections administrator. There's some level of oversight that is inherent in the election commission's ability to do that. And in Tarrant County in the past, we have had joint meetings of the election board and the election commission so that they can both exercise their oversight capabilities in terms of how elections are run. Members of the election commission are the county judge as the chair, county clerk, tax assessor collector, and again, the 2 party chairs. And contrasting this with the election board, not every county is going to have an election commission. As I mentioned a moment ago, it has a singular responsibility of oversight of the elections administrator. And so if a county does not have the elections administrator position, it does not have an election commission. Going to the roles of what the Commissioners Court has, and the primary one here would be the creation of the elections administrator position, and also the dissolution of that position if you so chose to do it. Once that election administrator position is created, the election commission forms, hires a person there, and then at any time the Commissioners Court could as well dissolve that position. So that is your power as the members of the court. There are other election responsibilities that the Commissioners Court has. I'll name 2 primary ones, and that is the adoption of a voting system. So in 2019, for example, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court adopted the Hart Verity voting system as the voting system to be used in all forms of voting in Tarrant County. That remains the case now. That's the system that we use. Another responsibility that you're likely familiar with is you are the canvassing authority for many types of elections that are conducted in the county. And of course, it goes without saying that you are the funding mechanism for conducting elections, funding the elections administrator office, and making sure that the funds are necessary to conduct those elections as they take place. That's a high-level overview of the interplay between those bodies. I should also mention as well that the elections administrator takes on the role of the county clerk and the tax assessor collector in conducting elections. So if you were to pop open the election code today, you would see it's replete with references to the county clerk shall, the tax assessor collector shall, in terms of running elections. When you see that reference in the election code to a county clerk, it should be read for purposes in Tarrant County as the elections administrator. So all those duties are transferred to an elections administrator from the county clerk and the tax assessor collector when that position is created. So it can be a little confusing when you look in the election code to see that it very rarely mentions an elections administrator. That's the reason why. So hopefully that will make things a little easier in terms of how to read the code. With that being said, I'm happy to attempt to address any questions that the court may have of the interplay between these bodies. Again, apologies in the advance if I have to defer and advise you that should be taken in closed session, but I will do my best to answer and open as I can.
Thank you. Questions for Mark?
Sure. Thank you so much. That helps me, and it likely helps all of the people that contacted me 2 weeks ago after the election board meeting. That meeting was about the pre-numbered ballot stock. And so the election board is responsible for, but correct me if I'm wrong, is responsible for giving the election administrator authority to purchase supplies to conduct an election. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'll take you straight to the statute that talks about that responsibility. So that's Election Code 51003. What it says there is, except as otherwise provided by law, the following authority shall procure the election supplies necessary to conduct an election and shall determine the quantity of the various types of supplies to be provided to each polling place and early voting polling place. And going to section 1 there, for an election ordered by the governor or a county authority, the county clerk, again, read elections administrator there, subject to the approval of the county election board. And so what the election board does there is approve the procurement of election supplies by, here in Tarrant County, the elections administrator.
Okay, thank you. So let me just get to the question that has been debated and discussed and emailed and called in and for clarity. In whose hands does the decision to use or not use pre-serialized ballots rest? Whose decision is that? Is it the election board that says we will use pre-numbered ballots, or we'll stick with the blank ballots? Whose decision is that?
I'm going to do my best to answer your question, but before I do that, let me back up and say, to the extent that you're asking me to apply this to a specific situation, I would say that's a privileged conversation that would best be left for closed session.
Did I ask for a specific situation?
I'm going to do my best to answer your question, Commissioner. And my answer there is the election board approves the procurement of supplies to make sure they're necessary and sufficient for conducting a specific election. The elections administrator is then, in some cases, an employee of the county, in some cases, an officer of the county. And in conducting elections, he would likely be deemed an officer of the county. There is some authority he has then in terms of how to carry out his job. The election commission then has oversight of the job that the elections administrator did and is the entity responsible with hiring and firing the elections administrator. And that is the best answer that I can give you in an open session right now, Commissioner.
So to go back to the election board, did 2 weeks ago, did the election board vote to direct the election administrator to use pre-numbered ballots in the next general election?
Commissioner, I was at that meeting, and I know you were as well. That comports with my memory of what I observed there. I don't remember the exact wording of any motions that were made, but I can't disagree with what you're saying.
So did they direct him to buy the supplies, or did they authorize him to buy the supplies and direct him to buy the supplies, or did they direct him to, in the next general election, use pre-numbered ballots? Who makes that decision on using blank ballots or pre-numbered ballots? It's real simple. The election administrator or the election board?
Commissioner, I understand your question, and I really have to be careful not to cross a line into going into conducting legal analysis on behalf of the court in open session, and I am not trying to dodge
What
your
does the
question.
statute say?
So it does not get that specific.
That's not what you told my staff. That's not what you told after that meeting, my staff and three community members that were in my office.
Commissioner,
Whose decision is it to use blank paper or pre-numbered paper?
and I will, Commissioner, respectfully, I will give you the same answer here that I gave you in the context of the conversation that you're referring to, which is what I've referred to where the election board approves the procurement of the supplies. The election administrator, as an officer in that respect conducting the election, goes forth and conducts it as an officer, which the definition of that term is that there is some independent authority in how to carry out their duties, and then the election commission has oversight of the job that the elections administrator undertook.
So, in other words, he has independent authority. So, and sorry for the public, I didn't think it would be continue to be this confusing, especially with the attorney up here, but he has independent authority. So the elections administrator can say, we're going to use blank, we're going to continue to use blank ballot paper in November.
Commissioner,
yes or no, he or she can make that decision.
You're asking me, Commissioner, respectfully, you're asking me to conduct a legal analysis and give you an answer to a question in open session that is likely best for privileged conversations right now. And the answer that I've given you is the very best one that I can give you right now in open session, unless the court would like to waive that invocation of the privilege here, and I cannot do that on your behalf.
Okay. I see Ms. Stella, I see 3 members of my staff that were in my office when you answered that the election administrator can decide to use the pre-numbered paper or stick with the blank paper. So instead of me responding to email after email and returning calls, I put this back on the agenda so we could discuss it publicly so the constituents can hear from the county, the attorney, the elections administrator publicly. Because you've answered the question twice. We have a healthy audience on YouTube. We have a good-sized audience here. You should just answer the question like you've done before. So what you've told us before is, yes, the elections administrator can decide to use the pre-numbered paper or stick with the blank paper. That's the answer you've given. And so don't know why we can't be transparent with taxpayers about that. And so that was the primary question. I guess you're not going to answer it publicly.
I'm doing my best to answer it for you, Commissioner.
You did your best when you emailed my staffer back and answered the question. And you did your best when we were in my office 2 weeks ago and you answered the question. I'd like for you to answer it publicly. So, from what you kind of sort of tried not to say is the election board authorizes the purchase of supplies. The administrator has independent authority to use whichever paper he wants, but the election commission is responsible for hiring and firing of the elections administrator. That's what I jotted down in my notes. and that's what you said a couple of times. So, in essence, he's just got to be careful in exercising his independent authority. All right, so you weren't too helpful there. And so I guess, what do you need us to do for you to be transparent with the public? You need us to take this to close? What is it? Agendize this for close for next time? Or because I want the direct answer that you gave my staff and you gave me and the 3 constituents that were in my office 2 weeks ago. I want that answer.
Well, Commissioner, the privilege belongs to the client, and so if the court would like to discuss something in closed session that is potentially legally privileged, it is up to the court members and the court itself whether it would like to waive that privilege.
So I can entertain a motion at this. Can I make a motion at this point to waive privilege?
Yes, from my perspective as the attorney for the court, that would, I believe, give me sufficient latitude to answer these questions in public if the court chooses to waive that privilege.
Okay, I move that we waive privilege. Is that the proper?
I believe that would be sufficient for what you're
Waive privilege
seeking.
so that Mr. Cradaville can answer a simple question for the public.
So we have a motion to waive the Tarrant County's privilege or the Commissioner's Court's privilege, so to answer a question as she describes as simple. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? All right, so the motion before you is to waive attorney-client privilege. You're a green if you want to waive attorney-client privilege. You're a red if you do not want to. All right, everybody in?
Just as to that one issue.
Okay, all right. All right, so we have are you voting for this
He
or
is
against this?
voted. You have to
I
ask.
will run the court, you will not.
No, look
okay?
at the board.
I can see it, and
Okay.
when he did the exact same thing 5 minutes ago, you said don't change your vote.
No,
if
I
he
did
wants
not.
to, yes,
I did not. I've
okay.
never told you. You can't
If
tell
he
this
wants to
man
vote
to
yes,
change
it's
it.
a yes.
It's
If
a
he wants to
yes.
vote no, it's a
Look
no.
Up. Look up.
Okay.
Look up.
Have a semblance of class.
Now,
That's all you have to
have
do,
a
just a
semblance of
semblance.
class.
Are you
You're
a
gonna
yes
quit
or a no
talking
on
to me like
this?
I'm crazy.
What is red?
He's voted.
Red-
Good Lord.
No,
Jesus.
he hasn't, but he's trying to go up there and vote. So
He reached over and
Do you-
voted, Tim.
he hasn't changed his vote, Elisa.
He reached over and
Okay.
voted.
So
I haven't voted.
You just reached over and voted.
he
I haven't
hasn't
voted.
pressed a button. Repeat the motion. The motion is to waive attorney-client privilege. If you vote yes, you're waiving attorney-client privilege related to, at this point, apparently one specific issue. If you vote no, you're voting not to waive attorney-client privilege. All right. So you're either voting to waive it or not waive it. Are you voting? Is your vote in? All right. All right. So it fails 2-3.
Can you reach over here and hit my button every time I'm distracted? Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this item?
No, but I would ask recognition of the chair so that I could move to reconsider Commissioner Ramirez's motion regarding appointments to the committee to consider the judiciary and its impact on jail overcrowding, their work rules, and whatever the third item was in that charge. I think it's important that we get resolution of those issues. I don't think that there's a chance of getting resolution of those issues if this court cannot even agree who's going to sit at the table and discuss them. If we can't be united, we can't expect the judges to give up anything.
So just so I'm clear, this is not related to this item?
It is not.
Okay. Mark, thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, and Commissioner, I apologize. We do have speaker items with regards to this presentation.
Oh, that
Whenever
is
you want to
true.
handle those, I just want to be sure the court's aware of that.
Thank you for bringing that to my
Yes, sir.
attention.
Yes, sir.
You want to get through these and then revisit this?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we have the three speakers we have signed up are Reed Bills, Harriet Harrell, and Cindy, looks like Bend. Reed Bills.
My name is still Reed Bills, and I'm still a Tarrant County taxpayer. At the last Commissioners Court meeting, 14 concerned county taxpayers spoke to you about the unnecessary expenditure and waste of purchasing pre-numbered ballots for the general election. In spite of our objections, the election board voted to buy them. I am here today to suggest that the board did not have the authority to make that decision. The election administrator, Clint Ludwig, has exclusive authority to select election supplies to conduct elections in Tarrant County. He is obligated to make those choices based on security, fiscal responsibility, and efficiency. I ask that the election board let Mr. Ludwig do his job within the parameters of his position as election administrator.
All right, following Ms. Harrell, we have Ms., it looks like Bend.
At the last Commissioners Court meeting, a number of us spoke to you about the unnecessary time and expense entailed in changing to pre-numbered sequential ballots, a process that has been shown to be less secure and more repressive than our current system. Nonetheless, the Elections Board did vote 3-1 on your motion, Judge O'Hare, to direct the Elections Administrator to procure pre-numbered ballots. I appreciate this briefing today. I think it's really important that all of us understand the roles of all of the entities involved in our elections, because nothing is more important. I think what we heard, and I appreciate the concern of the attorney, but what I heard him say was that the election board approves procurement. The election administrator, as an employer officer, has the authority to carry out the job. The elections commission has oversight of the elections administrator. I did not hear that the elections board has the authority to tell the elections administrator how to do his job. And yet, that is what happened at the elections board meeting. It was clear in the motions that were voted on. One, and I watched the video multiple times to get the language right. One was to direct that the elections administrator get pre-numbered ballots. A second motion was the approval of his procurement of the election supplies necessary for the election. It appears to me that the elections board overstepped its authority. And I am not sure how to correct this, but I am hoping that in your closed session, there will be clarity on these roles, that you all will be able to report to the citizens of Tarrant County how this should be handled, and that all of us can be confident that our elections process is being handled in the best possible way. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Boyd. The new process is more complicated, it's more expensive. There's no evidence of voter fraud. It's not broke. Don't fix it.
All right, thank you. That's all we have signed up to speak to that. So Commissioner Brooks, going back to revisiting.
My motion is to reconsider Commissioner Ramirez's motion regarding appointments to the committee to study our criminal court system. The reason I make this motion is because I don't want to see this court devolve into a dysfunctional body.
Second.
So just to clarify, the motion is to reconsider the previously failed motion.
So you need a vote on reconsideration, and then you need a vote on the motion itself.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to reconsider the motion made by Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion there? All right, so cast your vote. Everybody in? Okay, so it passes 4-1. And now, doing so, the motion before the court is to appoint Commissioner Brooks and me as county judge to this committee.
And I would expand, if I may.
Sure.
I would expand on the motion, not on the motion, but in context. When thinking of the two appointees that this court chooses to represent us on that committee, I look at the county judge's office, and the fact that the county judge's office is not responsible for running a precinct day to day. They interface with the courts. Their office is down here. So for ease of getting those meetings scheduled, administered, and handled, it seemed logical. And then Commissioner Brooks was on this court when they initially decided to create the CCA position. Nobody has more history with the courts that is able to serve on that committee than Commissioner Brooks. And so logically, in my mind, those are the two representatives that I would like to be at that table representing this court, which is why I made the motion. Didn't clarify that at the outset, and I understand different perceptions that the issue was handled. I don't remember it that way. My perception was that we had to make appointments just like the judges have made appointments. And so that was my motion for discussion, but in my mind, those are the logical two choices, and I would like them to represent this body on that committee.
All right, so that motion has been reopened. Do we, I can't remember.
So
I will gladly second it. So we have a motion. We have a motion and a second discussion.
So my recollection is that Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Ramirez both said, I'm not interested in being on the committee. And so that left because Commissioner Fickus was out. That day, both the judge and myself said, we'll do it. So that is my recollection. Absolutely, you can come out here and make a motion. Not sure what I did to piss you guys off this week, but
that's fine. But it was discussed in closed.
At no point did I ever say, I will do it.
Yes,
I have
you did.
no idea where that came from.
Out of your mouth.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Are you voting or abstaining?
Abstaining.
Okay. All right, please cast your votes. Everybody in? All right, so it passes 3-1 with one abstention. Okay, that issue is resolved. Now we move to announcements and comments. Do we have any announcements or comments, commissioners? All right, we have one person signed up to speak in public comments. That is Julie Griffin.
Commissioners, Judge, I wanted to thank you for your last session and your deliberations and your decision to create that working group of stakeholders to make recommendations for greater efficiency and effectiveness in the criminal courts and for combating the overcrowding at our jail. Here is a definition I found of stakeholders: those who influence and have an investment in the justice system's outcomes. Please consider that the members of the public and impacted communities are stakeholders too. We all have an investment in the outcome of this process. So I ask you to consider having a community representative to have a seat at the table of this working group. If that is not feasible, I urge you to find some other way of communicating in two-way dialogue fashion with the public on the process for good governance, transparency, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak?
I also would like to address the dilemma of what you should do next with respect to how you're going to manage your court system and whether this body actually has authority to cause or force the transfer of people who are in the chain of command of judges. When we had the meeting when David Cook appeared, he's one of your county judges, and he said that he is liaison with the state Bar of Texas and Supreme Court body who regulate what courts do and who provide technical support and assistance with respect to how courts may and should be most efficiently managed. I strongly suggest that you consider inviting the Supreme Court to send down their staff who volunteer to provide technical assistance in this matter, because it is essential that we find a way of getting the people with mental health issues out of the jail, and they have very sophisticated programs for dealing with that problem. And they also have, I would call them protocols, for what one must do and should do with respect to doing magistration procedures. You can get free technical advice and assistance. I think they shan't end up telling you what to do unless, of course, you steal powers from the local courts that most belong to them with respect to doing magistration functions. And if you do that, then I think the Supreme Court will ultimately weigh in litigation. I don't want to see this go to litigation because it just takes so long. But I do hope that you will look for the most efficient and effective way of addressing these problems locally with the assistance of the people from the Texas Supreme Court and their staff who can help you. And I will email all of you the addresses for the people at the court who deal with this. It's a committee. They're there to help you. I hope you use them. Thank you.
She's first, you're next.
Again, my name is Laura Lehman. Thank you. Today I'm speaking about a story that hit home for me. It's a story that has become depressingly familiar. Someone with intellectual disabilities is taken into the Tarrant County Jail. Assurances are made to family at the time of arrest, after book-in, or following a visit that all necessary medications will be made available. Instead, a long, slow nightmare of neglect begins. This is the story of Kelly Maston that appeared in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on April 12th. Kelly stands as the central figure in this grim narrative, yet it could have been Chastity Congius, Georgia K. Baldwin, or Javante Myers. Each becomes a tragic focus of their own sorrowful account of their time at the Tarrant County Jail, a story typically marked by absurd incompetence and indifferent neglect. In this particular tale, Kelly entered the jail as a person, like many of the others who have staggered through those jail doors, obviously suffering from IDD and sometimes diagnosed with epilepsy. But what is particularly shocking about Kelly's brief but traumatic stay is the shell of the person who left. Reported by the Star-Telegram, Kelly Maston emerged from jail barely recognizable, with bruises covering her body and a split lip. Rushed to intensive care, she was placed in a medically induced coma for survival. Against the odds, she made it through. How could this happen? If you look closely enough to the Star-Telegram story, or in fact at some of the items appearing recently before this court, you might find some clues. The Star-Telegram notes that, after multiple falls caused by seizures, a doctor on the jail medical team ordered Kelly to be rehoused from the general population to a special cell. Those instructions were ignored. The reason cited? There was not enough room. Not enough space. Not enough space is a phrase we often hear in this very room as a refrain for the jail. Not enough space, not enough guards. Week after week, you have actively engaged members of the public who come and explain to you that really not enough space amounts to a policy choice. They provide you with suggestions to address the problems, and it always seems to fall on deaf ears. I don't claim to have all of the answers, but in the end, I believe this county can do better. Isn't it possible to insist that proper health protocols are followed? Isn't it exhausting to keep settling court cases due to negligence on the part of the county jails while under our sheriff's watch and yours? Enough of this egregious negligence. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm the president of the Arlington NAACP. More importantly today, when I speak to you, I'm the president of the Arlington Ministerial Association. And what I would urge this court is decorum. Decorum. Judge, when it is said that heavy is the forehead that bears the crown. And Mr. O'Hara, you're the county judge. We elected you as county judge. And when you turn to your colleague, who has been elected by over 500,000 people, Precinct 2, and you say you will sit there and you will shut up, it is demeaning and it is offensive to the people of Precinct 2. We are better than that. Judge, I know you're better than that. And those words harken back to a time when women could not vote, to a time when they were virtually owned by their husband, a male companion. So those words came with a sting and a bite that was offensive not just to the commissioner, but to every woman that's sitting in this room, and to every woman that was listening online today. And what I would like to say is that I know we're better than that. And I know, Mr. O'Hara, I know you're better than that. Decorum. I would urge decorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I don't think I have anyone else. Seeing none, we will move to our executive session. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are in recess. A2, F1, and G6.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sales field.
Costa Rica. It's outside of Flamenco. Have you ever been there?
West Coast.
Yeah.
I caught, yeah, we went one time and we bought a little boat. That was something called.
Sailfish.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I caught was for.
Huh?
That's what I caught was for.
Yeah.
By the fourth one, I mean, my arms were just noodles,
Yeah.
you know. All right. Ready? All right, we are back from executive session. The first item that we will address after executive is item A2, which is a, sorry?
I move approval of participation in the City of Mansfield Tax Increment Financing Reinvestment Zone number 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we go to F1.
I move approval of F1, approval of out-of-class pay extension, precinct 2.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the out-of-class pay extension for precinct 2. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And last but not least, we have item G6. G6, as a reminder, is looking at the.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, is looking at the purchase of voter registration and election management system through Buy Board with VR systems.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve that purchase. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. That concludes our meeting today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We are now adjourned.